game automatically captured? Okay. Cool. Friday. I'm gonna looking for this too. Play for you. Two, three, 1, 2. Okay, good. Oh, excuse me real quick. Whoa, what the fuck? I was tuning into SupCaitlin's stream. She's playing a mature video game that's like crazy. What? Oh, heck no. We gotta chill. tabs open that need to be closed. Oh, what the frick? Hold this section. Close this. It was cool. Oh, I got just a little chip. Turn this on. That game is crazy. The game she's playing. The game's wild. Bro, what? It's called Class of '09. What the fuck? Dude, what is this game? She's playing a game called Class of '09. It's just like ridiculous. Like what? I can't live with the jokes. She's in it. Dude, these options. What? Oh. Oh. Chat. Chat is savage. Wait, she's not classified now. Wait, is she? No, no, no. She's class of like 2012 or something like that. Yeah, she's class of 2012. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because she says she's 26. And that's if Caitlin's 26. Jesus. Jesus. Dude, this game. That's not low. Oh, Self-aware. She's self-aware. Like she said before, men used to go to wars over women. Oh, getting bad. Holy The main character is going to steal drugs from her broken leg boyfriend. Bruv, what? What? This simpy dude's getting turned on. She leveraged. Huh? These endings? Ugh. This game. This is crazy. That's holy shit. Oh shit! I think we found the problem. Too many white kids are on drugs. I think we just solved the problem. Because this game is definitely written by white people. You know why the game was definitely written by white people? Because all the characters were white. I'll say super simple. This high school video game that you're saying was only created by white developers because all the characters are white. From the teachers to the principal to the students to the cops to the paramedics, they're all white. But what this video game has also shown me is that this game called Class of 09, this video game has shown me is a glimpse into the possibly white community, however you want to look at it. And so the problem, the subset is too many white children on drugs. That's the first thing that I saw. The choices for the game are definitely absurd, but they probably have events that have occurred. So in the white community, it's white children that are stealing drugs from probably families, relatives, or friends. And too many white children in the white community are on drugs. That's probably the problem. And then you see the ramifications because it numbs your emotions. And so for women and men in the white community, most likely probably teenagers, too big of a percentage, I'm guessing, is on drugs. And then the damage to their brain receptors affects them as adults. Because your brain isn't fully developed till you're about 25. So if you party too hard from 19 to 25, like 6 years of drugs, you're destroyed. You're just attacking the synapse in the spine of the brain. Most humans and adults on average, by the time you're 25, your body's now, you're technically an adult at 25, technically, scientifically speaking. Because your brain stops growing on average 23, 26, or 25. Some people, their brain doesn't stop growing until about 26. Some people, their brain stop growing at 23. So that's when you can say someone is an adult, technically. But ultimately, yeah, when someone's 25, your brain just stops growing. I would say technically that's when you're an adult as a human. And you're only in the first quarter of your life. And it's now 26 to 50. It's the next quarter of your life. And then when you're like 51 to 76, you're like in the third quarter of your life. And then now, because humans can live for like 100, the last quarter of your life is different. You're going to have a different life from 75 to 100. But if you're in your 20s now, you're not thinking about that. And you're probably thinking, like, why bring this up? The food you eat now is going to be the building blocks and foundation of your body over the next 10 years. So how you condition, eat, and operate is literally the lifespan. Reduces cardiovascular disease. It's like eat proper now so you don't die at like 58 because you're eating too many burgers. Or eat better now so you don't pass away at 48 because you just eating sugar 24/7 a day. Like you're just eating sugar like breakfast, lunch, and dinner is sugar, and then you pass away at 48 because your whole cardiovascular system fails on you. So, but I'm just speaking out to the void for posterity or anyone that's listening. But yeah, so your brain stops developing at age 25. That's just facts. Facts don't give a fuck about anyone's feelings. But your brain can stop developing at 23 or 26. But on average, it's about 25. So when your brain starts developing at 25, you're now technically an adult. And then on top of that, like I said, the food that you eat, the nutrition that you're taking in, is going to be the building blocks of your body for the next 10 years. And you're either shaving your life in quarters, quite literally, anywhere between 50 to 25% of your life is being cut in half based on what you eat today. So that's why it's always good to make good choices now so that you don't die at 48 because you're just eating burgers and having sugar like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Your whole body just fails on you. Cardiovascular system just fails on you. You die at 48. Or if you're still consuming alcoholic beverages, guess what? Your lifespan's probably cut to about 55, 57. So if you just think, oh man, I'm going to drink every single day, understand that you're shaving off anywhere between 25 to 50% of your life, getting cut in half. And you most likely die probably around 55, 57. Does that click? Does it make more sense now? Every time you drink a beer, you're shaving 50% of your life off. If you just consume sugar, you're shaving 25% of your life off. And I should probably explain this now, like Bill Nye the fuck out of science, so that people understand what they're doing, so that they have a better understanding of their life in front of them. Maybe that make more sense. God damn. That's funny as fuck. So yeah. So it's a combination of, you won't ever see me drink alcoholic beverages, because I don't feel like shaving 50% of my life off. Instead of living to 117, I would die at like 57. Man, that sounds stupid as fuck, right? So, and you know what's even more funny? The reason you'll get to 117, you're like, how do you get to 117 years old? You have to go vegan. So we found that consuming animals is actually a carcinogen to your lower intestines. No matter what, all the data, everything we've seen shows that basically the consumption of meat, no matter if it's raw, doesn't matter if it stays as raw or if it's cooked, creates carcinogen to your lower intestine, creates cancers. So we understand that by consuming meat creates cancers, but holistically, if you explain it to the people, the world, they're still going to keep consuming meat, but maybe we could save more people. And then we found the cause of cancer. It's sugar. We found the cause of cancer. It didn't take that long. This happened about 14 years back. It basically showed that, okay, what is powering cancer? Well, technically, if you remove sugar from a person's diet and they can still eat plant fatty acids, they can still consume plant fats, but if you cut sugar to zero, you essentially can kill all cancers. So we found the cause of cancer, it's sugar. But guess what? Sugar's everywhere. But guess what? You can actually still consume food and be at zero sugar. You can. It's almost like a ketogenic diet, where it's just plant fats and then meat cooked. Just plant fat. But meat's still carcinogenic, but that's a whole other thing when you get to 117 years old. Basically, we found it. You cut a person's diet, sugar to zero, right? You can just eliminate cancers. We found the cause of cancer, the sugar. But guess what? You have to then tell that person to stop eating everything has sugar. How you get there is you get there with plant fatty acids. So people like avocados. Avocados you can get to where you can just extract the fat. There are zero fat sugars. Also zero fat, like monk fruit or something like that. Like monk fruit we found doesn't raise your glycemic level or something like that. So we consider that in the zero sugar category. But it makes everything taste sweet because it's activating different flagella on your tongue that'll interact and try to discern what it is. But it changes the flavor profile of other flavonoids, and that's what creates that kind of sweet taste with having zero compounds of carbohydrates. That's why it's zero sugar, monk fruit. So, and maple syrup does the same thing. Maple syrup does not increase your glycemic level. It does not register, activate like sugar. It's a different, like crystalline substance that changes the flavonoids of another flavor profile, and your tongue interacts with it, and then it tastes sweet. But everything that we tested on it basically is like zero sugar. So, and there are plenty of flavors that are much more robust than just sugar, like roses and jasmine. If you ever get a chance to take a jasmine flower, and you can extract it from the oil from jasmine and cook with it, or you can cook with what else you can cook with that has a nice rose. You can make rose ice cream, completely powerful, kind of semi-sweet naturally. And so, if you whip up milk butter curds, and you add honey to it, that kind of liquid fat is a great way to spruce up your ice cream without compromising like the base. So just check this out. If you take olive oil and you put it in a blender, it'll whip up into like this fat because you're taking the liquid form and you're dividing and destroying its like internal mesh, and those mesh have to recombine and they form a new compound. It turns into like a whip, like foam. Take olive oil, just put it in a blender. It'll whip up into like this, almost like a butter. You're shattering these kind of crystals to refigure themselves. And that new compound foams into a foam, into a porous foam, because it's not a ferrous material. But so you can take, like, to get to zero sugar, people are probably thinking what he's talking about. If you want something flavorful that's sweet, because they're going to start replacing sugar to get to zero, it's maple syrup. It's quite incredible. It's the fatty oils from a plant. The sugar itself is the sap. Isn't really a sugar. It's liquefied fat off of a maple tree. That's maple syrup. That's why it doesn't register in the glycemic level. But that's why it doesn't spike like a sugar crystal, because it's not a sugar crystal. Maple syrup is liquid fat from a tree. It's a better malt. It's a better substitute. Same thing with honey. You know what honey is? Honey is the vomit from an insect. It's not sugar. It's not formed the same way as a sugar crystal. It's completely different. Sugar will actually break down. Honey is almost like immortal. Like, I know it's going to sound really weird. Just Google, I'll give something to the internet for people to do. Just Google, hey, how long does honey last? And you'll find instances where people say they think it's like infinite. Like honey can last infinitely. Or it can basically, it's like immortal. And we're like, what? Like, yeah, honey doesn't degrade. You can have honey in a glass jar. I think it could just go on forever. Most biological objects break down. So if we had the chance, what people should be doing is we should be studying honey more intuitively and trying to understand, why is this organic compounds considered, they don't degrade, they stay in their form. So of that organic matter, that's the vomit from an insect, could give us the keys or capabilities to extend the human lifespan. I'll say that again. Maybe people didn't register. Out of all the organic material on the planet, honey has the properties to go infinitely. It is not a porous material. It is not a ferrous material. It is something else. And we as humans have not studied honey intuitively. It is the only organic matter that can continue on infinitely. And there is the capabilities of the properties within honey, theoretically speaking, that may extend human life. Because everything around us that's organic can be read, measured, and discerned. We can splice the genes from a tree into an animal. We can replicate the cross genome from corn into an insect to make it immune to it. We can strip the genetic code from another sea animal and splice it into a plant life and mutate it and control it. I think humans are stupid. They don't understand. Oh, my apologies. I'll slow down for people because humans are stupid. We, back like in 2007, we took, 2004, 2007, 3-year span. We maxed out the genome sequence of field mice. This little rodent was a mammal that only lived for about 11 to 12 months. Small mammal. It's coated, warm-blooded. We mapped out his whole genome sequence. We haven't done that for humans yet, because the human genome sequence is very long. And so this mouse that only lives for 11 to 12 months, its genetic code, all of its mutations, doesn't stretch that far. So we completely mapped it out. The reason we need to do that is we have to find a similar key at the end of the telomeres of all the genetic code of its RNA. And what we did was we took the last end of the telomeres and we separated the Y receptors. And it turned off the key to the DNA. And a protein mechanism didn't activate. And the protein mechanism that did not activate kept the genetic code and linkage. It kept going. Guess what happened? Guess what happened? The mouse life continued to go on because the Y type receptors were removed. And the genetic code kept going straight. And it didn't end. It was like a clamp, like a block. And they separated the block. And the code kept going. And the mouse kept living. And they put it back on. And they said, hey, the mouse only lived for 4 years. And want the world to just stop. They found the edge of that key, and they took it off. And the mouse just kept living. And they put it back on. And they're like, oh, the mouse lived for a year, lived for 4 years. No, they understood what they did. That's the difference. But humans are stupid. There's a 68% chance that the people I'm talking to are on average the person you run into is stupid. Only about 22% or 30% of the people are educated. They understand human capability today now. They understand threat vectors. They understand systems theory. We can splice the DNA from a sea animal. It controls mutation in the plant. It's not just oh yeah, we're going to make the crops better. What's the first thing the U.S. government does every single time we develop new tech? Where does it come from? I'll give the whole world a civics lesson. It comes from the military. Every single type of tech advancement is 40 years behind the U.S. military. And then every single advancement you see in the world is a like a copy, cut, and bullshit rip-off what the military's already done for 40 to 70 years. The very idea of any kind of thermal insulation came from NASA. But first it was weapon research. Because they wanted to make sure they could perfect it. Hey, it could be used as a weapon. Okay, hey, can it be used for anything else? And then the third thing down the line is, hey, can civilians use it? The idea of microwaving food was first developed in the military. Fucked up radio waves. Radio waves, guess what? Guess what they were doing? Using them as weapons. It's like, even today, our U.S. military has developed the most advanced laser weapons in the world. People, they have no idea. They have no idea. The U.S. military is 80 years more advanced than anyone else in the world. So not only are humans stupid, but our tech and our weapons and our advancements are so much more far advanced than anyone else. They can't comprehend. Like, goddamn. The tech you saw today from 40 years ago was like when they developed like thermal insulation. Oh, your koozies better. I have no idea. We've developed lasers that can hit targets like 27 miles out. Melt missiles. Every other nation in the world doesn't understand. You could fire all of your missiles. We developed lasers that just melt targets 27 miles out. You develop weapons that send sound at your opponent to target their troops. really powerful. We don't have to fire a bullet. We created a weapon that we can fire from like a stealth amphibious naval craft. You'll never see it, you'll never detect it. Our naval stealth craft can go into frigates. They'll fire a weapon and control the sound. We don't have to fire a bullet or a missile. All of your enemy troops will fall to the ground. It's a very powerful sound weapon. Disgustingly powerful sound weapon. We can target at a base. We can hit 20,000 or 50,000 troops, and they'll all fall to their knees. It's a sound weapon. Incredibly powerful. You don't have to fire a bullet. We created lasers. Our stealth fighters and aircraft can shoot fucking lasers and melt missiles and targets 27 miles out. We're so far more advanced than any other country. And then your general population is stupid. While the U.S. military is 80 years more advanced than anyone else. How they're showing off the shitty tech now. It's like when DARPA shows you their shitty robot that's walking around. You haven't seen their advanced robotics they've been doing for like decades. Hell, you don't even know the rest of their shit they do in secret. They've been doing for decades. We're attaching massive lasers to our battleships. Scary shit. Like people when there's bullets and artillery shells flying. At least it's an artillery shell. Man. Now people are probably like, of all the death and destruction in the world. But at least it's an artillery shell, man. Because we're building massive lasers. Really scary fucking lasers. Massive lasers that are going on battleships. They can do a lot of damage. I'm already thinking like, humans are stupid. Because it goes back to like, 30% of Ukraine's like destroyed. But this is with like shitty weapons. Like if people value human lives, if people value human lives, they need to understand and equate. Russia is using shitty tech. They've destroyed 30% of Ukraine. The U.S. military, we're 80 years more advanced than anyone else. We've created incredibly scarily powerful weapons. It's the best way I can describe it. Scarily fucking powerful weapons. And the first glimpses that you're seeing now is we're attaching massive lasers to our battleships. They could do more damage. A lot of damage. And so like if humans give a shit about life, we have to like protest for peace. So I just don't think they understand. You know what arms races? Arms races when countries realize there's a certain weapon they create. They all want to start making more of it. So it's like, if humans give a shit, we as a people, 99%, have to protest for peace. Because if we fucking continue, there'll be an arms race on fucking lasers. And when one asshole country has lasers, and a second asshole country has lasers, guess what? It does a lot of fucking damage. And we're thinking right now, 2024, an artillery shell has to be in a museum as the last thing that the human race is built. Because if the human race, 99% of us, if dumb assholes in another country and dumb assholes in another country get fucking lasers, they're just gonna fucking fire them at each other. So it has to be now. It has to be in 2024. 99% of humans have to protest for peace. Because if we do not fucking stop now in 2024 and put the artillery shells lasting in a human museum, we're about to arms race with fucking lasers on battleships. And trust me, it's because someone has a bigger gun, they haven't fired it yet. So if another asshole shitty country has lasers, they're gonna shoot at each other. Because now we both have big guns. It's the same thing I've been preaching for the past 4 months. It's shitty dudes drawing their dicks in the fucking sand. Excuse my fucking language, but that's what it fucking comes down to. That's literally all the fuck it is. Fascist dude thinks he has a small dick. Another fascist dude with a small dick. Doesn't matter if it's two other fucking countries, and they start fucking shooting at each other. Every fucking time. For like 2,000 years. Didn't matter. They didn't have cannons. They had swords. One dude was like a fascist dude with a small dick. Another dude was a fascist dude with a small dick, and they just started killing each other's kingdoms. Same shit, different day. But 2024 has to stop. Because collectively, either 68% of the whole population that I'm talking to right now, and anywhere between 65% are just stupid. So I'm like, okay, it's up to the fucking 20 to 30% to try to save all of fucking humanity. 2024 has to be it. You literally need 99% of the human population with the internet. If there's any fucking goal of the internet, is to protest peace. And like the only thing we could do is be like mass peace signs everywhere. There's only one symbol for the peace signs. Thank God for like the grandmother hippies and fathers that had that symbol. They created the perfect peace symbol. Like quite fucking literally. Those decades of hippies created the symbol that could literally bring world peace. Quite fucking literally. So you have to like, if there's any symbol, you like print that out, you spray paint it, you have signs, you do everything you can just to spread that sign of peace. Like literally that one sign of peace, everyone knows what it is. Actually, I guess there's two signs for peace, which is awesome. So you can protest with 2 fingers or you could create as many peace signs as you can. It has to be in 2024. Because guess what? If you have a fucking arms race with big ass fucking lasers and battleships, that's the end of fucking humanity. Only reason 2 countries haven't fired at each other is because someone has a bigger fucking gun versus the United States. But there's a fucking arm race with lasers on fucking battleships. Another dickhead country and another dickhead country, doesn't matter, they're going to start shooting at each other. Because if there are 2 women in power, ain't no fucking way they're going to sacrifice the lives of their children's children because they're just mad at each other. Oh, some old white dude who's in charge of a whole country does like another old white dude in another country? Oh, bro, like 10 million people have to die right now? What the fuck those 2 guys, bro? Like, does anyone use their fucking brain? Like, fucking A. Like, that's how stupid humans are. It's literally just one old motherfucker, white motherfucker in another country, has a population of 100 million people. And another white-ass motherfucker in another country has 300 million people. And they're like, these 2 old, dumb motherfuckers don't like each other. So now 10 million motherfuckers gotta die. Because those 2 dudes can't just walk in a bar and slap each other. You see what I'm saying? Anywhere between 65-70% of humans are fucking stupid. I wish all the dead of the 10 million could just raise their hands like, hey, what the fuck we all just die for? Like right now, 500,000 Russian men dead. Brainwashed, dead. Gone, dead. 500K. Gone. They didn't deserve to die. They should be alive, living their lives. 500,000 Russian Z soldiers, young men, brainwashed, dead, gone. War. Brutal, unsophisticated fucking war. 500K dudes just gone, dead, war. I guarantee you 60% of the population of California sipping fucking wine, don't understand what the hell's going on around them. 60% of Californians are like sipping wine, chilling on a beach, massive war going on. Eastern Europe. If you have any Polish friends, they're thinking completely different right now. Everyone in Poland is ramping up for war. Everyone in Poland is literally moving their kids and families out of the country. They're moving supplies. Poland's a completely different atmosphere than California. Romania, completely different atmosphere. Romania, they're gearing up for war. Romania, people are saying buy and house a loved one. People are leaving the country. Turkey, same thing too. People are fleeing Turkey. They're saying bye to their loved ones. They're moving resources. War. People in California, 60% of them sipping on wine, don't know what the fuck's going on in the world right now. All the rhetoric has been ramped up to prepare Eastern Europe for a massive war. All the intel, everything we've seen coming out, Finland. Why did all those northern countries immediately join NATO in the past year, in the past few months, the past few weeks? All these countries immediately joined NATO because they already have the intel. They know what's happening. They don't want to tell the public. They think the public's stupid. And actually, guess what? 70% of the time they are. But everything you see now is already shitty intel. It's already popped out. It's already appeared. It's all easing the public. The immediacy of all those countries joining NATO, they understand they're about to be attacked. They understand there's already a planned attack in the future from Russia to Eastern Europe. They had to shore up the alliances as quick as they could. They play politics with people's lives. Every single government, NATO government doesn't give a shit. Plays politics as pawns. Every other human population is pawns to those motherfuckers. They already knew they were going to get attacked. They were just gathering up the resources and trying to put the alliance in place. Like when you play Risk. The people in government now will bow their heads as you die. The people in government now, all your governments, doesn't matter, will literally bow their heads as you die. You use a pawn. Just understand 90% of the public has to like print out peace, spray paint peace, go peace across social media. In the 70s, mad respect of the old heads that were hippies, they created a symbol for peace. It's a beautiful symbol. Super simple. But yeah, it's literally goes back to the stupidity of humanity for the past 2,000 years. This has to end in 2024. You literally need 99% of the public to protest peace. If you don't, you're going to continue to have a fucking arms race with lasers on fucking battleships. And the moment another dickhead country gets lasers, the moment another dickhead country gets lasers, they're going to fire at each other. You already see 30% of Ukraine destroyed with artillery shells. But at least we can stop their missiles with other missiles. If we do not stop and make 2024 the last year humanity puts artillery shell in a museum, and we finally have peace around the whole world, it has to be this year. Because all of the intel is gearing up for a war in 2027 or 2026. All the open source intel shows that the war is either going to kick off in spring of 2027 or 2026. So the intel is China is going to invade Taiwan in about February of 2027, so spring of 2027. And then all of our U.S. admirals are preparing our officers for war in 2026. So they believe the timeline changed. They believe because the intel already dropped, they would attack sooner. So they're like, okay, prepare all officers for war for 2026, which then shifts all of our resources. So all the NATO countries understood that Europe was going to get attacked. So they started immediately shoring up their alliances, like a Risk game. Poland, Ukraine, Romania are right on the front lines. And all their families are gearing up for war. All the newspapers are, there's massive troop movements to build up the defenses. Poland has shifted 55,000 troops to their lines. Finland has shifted 100,000 troops to their line. Every single NATO and Eastern country that's forward-facing to Russia right now is pushing their troops to the front line right now and over the past 3 or 4 months. But 60% of the population in California is sipping wine. I don't understand what's happening. We are building up as many fortress islands across Japan to protect the Pacific right now. Ramping up. You only do that if you are going into war. Because from a logistical engineering standpoint, we do not waste money building massive island defensive missile batteries randomly. They're building something called Mogashiku. Mogashiku is going to be a massive missile battery base, and it's like in a bad location with a ton of resources. You would only fucking do that if you knew you were preparing for war. Because you would never sink all those resources onto such small bases that have zero resources. Basic, smaller islands that don't have anything, right? And then you're committing massive resources to build up a whole bunch of missile battery bases. Means you're preparing for war, which means they already have intel of an attack. To be the only fucking reason. There was no reason to move the pieces. There was no reason to move the pieces whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? So it immediately goes back to defense. So you start ramping up your defense like a risk move. 60% of people in California are sipping wine. I don't understand what's happening in the world right now. But I think it's better if the public knows, so they can say goodbye to their loved ones and prepare. At least that's honesty. And do what you will with that information. But yeah, 2024 has to be the last year we put the artillery shell on human history. That's the last time humans fought each other. That's the difference. You have to protest for peace. Yeah. I hope humans understand that. And with California, we lead, everyone else follows. We're like the fourth most powerful economy in the world as a state. We're a state within a country. So California, we have to lead, everyone else follows. If we do not protest for peace in 2024, there will be an arms race for massive lasers on massive naval battleships, and people are going to fire at each other. I understand. We've already developed lasers that can do damage. Now we're just making them more powerful. If anything is benign, we'll make it more absurd every single time. Remember, we took the gun. We fired a single ball joint. Explaining human history is super simple. Oh, the bronze sword wasn't killing people fast enough. So make a steel sword. Because the steel sword could kill more people. We need more armor. We created more armor. From the Iron Age up to the Steel Age of warfare, what did we do as humans to kill each other more and faster? We put the ballpoint on a barrel, and the ballpoint would injure you but it wouldn't kill you. Oh, humans, hey, this ball gun is hitting them and they fall to the ground. There's honor. You fire a ball and it tumbles through the air and it hits a dude in the arm or the chest. He gets patched up. He's a war hero and all that. What did we do? We took the ball joint, made a full metal jacket, and we barreled the bores. We made it easier to kill more humans. So we took the tech and we made it more advanced. We made it more absurd. Oh shit, we're killing people too slow. Guess what humans did? Created a machine gun. Let's kill people faster, because humans are stupid. Oh, this kills people faster now. We didn't have planes, and then the first thing we do was fucking planes. Started dropping bombs and dropping poison gases. It was so bad they were flying and dropping gas, killing everybody. We had to then, before World War II happened, we had to be like, okay, we got to ban using chemical warfare because this is crazy, y'all. A bunch of old white hats at the top as they bow as you die for the masses. Don't give a shit. But they realized they were losing too many resources, lives. They were storing everyone's lives like pawns. So then World War II happened. This beautiful thing called flying. We're still going to drop bombs with it. We're still going to attack each other. Because humans took the exact same thing and made it more absurd. Because they can kill faster. What do we do with missiles? Oh, we can strap a bomb, make it fly to the air. Let's make it faster, stronger, better, more precise. It can travel further. We created the world's most deadliest fucking missiles. The absurdity. At first, it was fireworks. At first, it was fucking fireworks. Enjoy this light show. Bro, we took the most basic thing and made it absurd. Humanity took the beautiful thing of fireworks and was just like start killing each other, making it like faster and stronger. You took fireworks, something that was so beautiful and gorgeous, little sparklers, something so beautiful and simple, and then we took the sparkler and the firework and we just made these massive missiles that could travel like 1.6 megameters undetected and wipe out your entire city. We created a missile that could travel 1.6 megameters undetected, 30 meters off the ground, hover between buildings, slide through your window, go over a rooftop and keep traveling undetected and then detonate. and wipe out a whole city. We created stealth cruise missiles that are undetectable. Like, are humans stupid? Oh wait, yes they are. Yes, I forgot. In fucking fact they are. Like, holy shit. People thought the missile range was like, 240,000, 500,000, 800,000. No. It can go 1.6 megameters, undetected. If it's too slow, too far, and too stealthy, we had fastest missiles on the planet. We call them interceptor missiles. We use them on batteries to intercept the most dangerous targets before they can even hit a city. Our interceptor missiles travel so fast at such an absurd Mach level that they can intercept anything, protecting our capital and some of our most biggest cities. And then on top of that, all of our unnumbered silent fleet. The silent fleet are service women and servicemen, silent fleet. An untold number of stealth subs. I don't even know, because that's, of course, top fucking secret. We have an untold number of stealth subs, and all their missile batteries that are attached to all these stealth subs. Like the Tugunda class stealth sub has massive middle batteries, massive missile batteries, massive middle batteries, and it's like, so the world doesn't know how many stealth subs we have. They also don't know how large the Tugunda class actually is, because that's classified. Everything we see then is false intel on our stealth submarines. Of fucking course, 100% of anything you see on stealth subs is all false. So why the fuck would we ever share the secrets of our stealth subs? But guess what? Humanity is fucking stupid. So welcome to class. Class is in session. Our Trident class missiles can be fired from a Tugunda class stealth submarine, and we can take out anyone's satellites in a matter of seconds. Oh, you thought your car was fast, going 10 seconds and no, my bad. 4 seconds to go 60 miles an hour. You thought that was fast? You want to see fast? You want to see fast as leaving our stratosphere, ripping through other atmospheres, and hitting your satellite in a few seconds. You know the distance that is? You know what Mach 20 is? We can turn our interceptor missiles to go Mach 20 and rip through the sky in seconds. We took something so plain, like the sparkler, and made it absurd. But guess what? 70% of humanity is fucking stupid. But it's best that the public, that the people know. Because you need 99% of humanity to crash the peace sign. You can actually spray paint the peace sign. It's super fucking simple. If they don't know what the peace sign is, ask your mother or father or grandfather and they know what the peace sign looks like. You have to spray paint it, make it, mask it, wear it, flood everything with it. Because that means the person to the left of you and right of you is fighting for peace. Protesting for peace. This peace sign is actually a perfect symbol of the peace sign. I'll show you. Oh my god, I'm probably talking about this sign, the peace symbol, is universal. No, it doesn't matter. There's only one sign. It means peace. The peace sign is a hand gesture, by holding your palm outwards, forming a V. But this symbol is universal. Because hopefully we can make 2024 the last year where humanity takes the artillery shell and puts in a museum and shows that this was the last year that humanity stopped fighting. It has to be for peace. But you need 99%. 99% of the world to understand peace. And I think they do. I think they've seen the symbol. And it's to pay credence and homage to the 70s, late 60s and 70s, of our grandparents and parents living through the hippie era, and a sign for peace. And they kind of started a movement, and they knew they couldn't do it in their lifetime. They knew that, hey, as long as you carry the torch, humanity will always be towards peace. Imagine you carry the symbol. I think peace will always win out. You need 99% of the public. Because you really just don't need some dude sitting in a chair with his dick in the sand. And another country, another dude sitting in his chair with his dick in the sand. They're doing the exact same thing. Oh, my bad. It could be two dudes in Africa. Another dude has his dick in the ground. Another dude in Africa has his dick in the ground. Doesn't matter. Same dick wads. It could be Eastern Europe. Some old white guy. His dick's in the trees. Another old white guy. His dick's in the trees too. And they're trying to figure out whose dick is longer. Those motherfuckers just slap each other for all I give a shit. Or the fuck does 10 million men need to die? Or I forgot. Russia. Young men died, brainwashed. 500K gone. 500K gone. Those guys should be living their lives right now in Russia. These young men should be alive. Late teenagers, 18, 19, and their 20s, off to die. They're gone. 500K. Russian Z soldiers gone. 500K gone. Like that. So if humanity gives a shit about lives, I hope peace wins out. But at first, you're probably wondering how 500K Russian Z soldiers are dead. It's been a few years now. In the middle of this war of aggression. War of aggression where Russia's invaded and taken almost a third of Ukraine. And they had to do a year and a half back. Vladimir Putin, the warlord, the dictator, had a call to arms, did another supplemental draft and drew in another 180,000 men or something like that, 188,000 men or something like that. So then he bolstered his ranks. That's how you get to 500K dead. Oh, you know the sad part? I'll tell you the hard truth. The wounded is always 3 times more. So the 500K dead are gone. And then it's usually, the statistics always show it's 3 times as much for the wounded. Which means there's probably 2 million men that are injured or maimed. 500K that are dead, and a rough estimate of like 1.5 million men that are injured. That's always the ratio. It's always been like that. It's a fucked up number, basically, for any kind of kill. It's always 25% they're dead, 75% they're wounded. And then that number always spreads out. You just take blocks of 100. It always just averages out. Yeah. They say there's 2 different intels on Ukraine. Ukraine said they lost 30,000. The other intel says they lost 120,000. So Ukraine publicly is telling the public, we only lost, I think, like 34,000 or 37,000 troops. But like the real intel is they lost 120,000. And they're saying that as like a kind of heroic middle finger to Russia and Putin. But the current intel says they lost 120K, Russia lost 500K. But the intel's already dropped that Russia's lost 500K troops. And so when Ukraine said they only lost like 30K, that really pissed off Russia and also kind of bolstered the whole West. The morale goes up. But the morale was already good. Ukraine government wanted to even be even more in front and didn't want 120,000 dead. Thought it was bad optics, but they got to weaponize it in a heroic way in terms of like morale for all the troops. It also is a disservice to not say the dead who have died. It's also a disservice to not say the dead who have died. It's also a disservice to not say the dead who has died. So for Ukraine, I am disappointed. They did not say the names of 120,000 have died so far, but to go with the 30,000 publicly. Like I said, it goes back to all your NATO governments doesn't give a shit. They'll bow your head as you die in masses. So it's better that the public understands and knows. It's better to educate, right? I think it's better to know than not know at all. Inform the public and let them make the decision. They'll think less of their leaders. They'll think more highly of integrity, and they'll think less of shitty people, and they usually lose their jobs. Rightfully so. Probably should. We've seen the same problem in the Air Force. Individuals of power that had no idea what the fuck they were doing, didn't have the integrity, and they failed as leaders in the Air Force. We police our own quite well. Plenty of Air Force officers, young men in power, too much power, the fuck up. They'll make the U.S. military news website. Usually my bad, Air Force officers. But we police our own. At least we fucking police our own. Which means we're catching them and kicking them out. Versus the other branches. You see what I'm saying? Our military is made up of dirtbags and school teachers. And everyone stays in line because of the UCMJ. Our military is made up of dirtbags and school teachers. But guess what? UCMJ keeps everybody in line. It's because the punishment is so harsh at the federal military level. You understand? When you fuck up as a civilian, you go to a civilian jail. You go to a state jail. You might go to a federal prison. Your military, you fuck up, you only go to a military prison. You do not want to, your last few steps in life better not be into a military prison. Word? You heard me? Y'all heard? You hear me? Y'all hear me now? The penalty is so severe that deters everybody to get in line. Our whole military is made up of dirtbags and school teachers. Men and women alike. Shitty men, shitty women, good men, good women. Keep everybody in line. And mad pros people are like, how does that work? You gain a bigger family or familia, and your whole base and your units become like a giant family. And they operate in accord. So like, my squadron became like a giant family. It's like 400 people. You gain extra brothers and sisters. You gain extra aunties and uncles. You gain extra father figures and mother figures. You gain extra grandparents. Quite literally, you're just a massive family. Look at the familia. More so, its force structure organization is based off Italian culture. The familia. Yeah. It's an old force organization structure. But when you hear the term the good old boy system, it's predicated off of two things. Whenever you hear the term the good old boy system, this will be a universal truth for everyone working in some sort of workplace or environment. You'll hear this terminology because it's used in the Air Force. We're one of the largest corporations in the world. It means it's used in other corporations too. So whenever you hear the good old boy system, what is that? It comes back from an imperialism. A very specific imperialism. One that is what? Everyone in class right now should understand what I'm saying. Greco-Roman era of imperialism. Very specific. So, it'd be nice in 2024. We could take the artillery shell. Make it the last thing, last year humans are fighting. We put away in a museum. It literally takes 90% of the world for a touch of peace. Because we have one dickwad with their dick in the sand, controlling the whole country, another dickwad with their dick in the sand, controlling another country, and those two motherfuckers can't walk in a bar slack each other. So 10 million people are gonna die now. Get the fuck out of here with that. Humans are fucking stupid. It's better to know than not know. I think it's best that we educate the public so they understand. Wouldn't that be glorious? Wouldn't that be humorous? Wouldn't it be ecstatic? Wouldn't that be stupendous? Wouldn't it be the most utmost joyous feeling in the world to know that your generation as humans could leave their mark? You see that we brought world peace. 2024. 1 year. And we could be the greatest human generation ever. 1 year. If that doesn't rock your core, you're not human. All we need is 1 year. 2024. We can go down as the greatest human generation ever. We brought world peace. You know, what makes the Japanese language beautiful is that they can say something in their language and have more than one meaning, but a much more deeper note that other people don't quite understand. Because when you actually speak and listen to Japanese, it's supposed to create images in your mind. Is how they developed the language in the beginning. They said they were words that are in Japanese that resonate deeply. I'll say one word, and guess what? Less than 1% of everyone listening will understand the worst word. I'll say it one time. It's called Mushin. I'll say the word. That's it. Does not need to be said again. It's a word that has many meanings. It resonates across a lot of languages because of its kanji. It's quite powerful. Like it spans thousands and thousands of years. It's quite beautiful. And people are like, what's the translation? Some people say the translation means a clear mind, but others say it means to empty your mind. And there's a difference between doing and what has already been done. And there's far more deeper meanings, because the kanji goes back thousands and thousands of years. Something quite beautiful, esoteric. Like Sanskrit, goes back even further. But humans are stupid. So, the faster we can have AI look at Sanskrit, the faster we can figure out its key symbols. We can start kind of unlocking a lot of old documents. It's like going back in time for humans. Is that a little easier for people to understand? Let me try and Bill Nye the fuck out of it so people get it now. Sanskrit, shit that is written, it's like undialectable. We just need AI to take a look at it so we can go back in time and see what they said. They sound pretty fucking cool. So give it for fucking scientists. learn from our past so we keep making the same mistakes. Let's take a look at some old Sanskrit. A lot of the Americas, their language, their stones, we haven't deciphered their language. Because imperialists from Europe were so stupid, they killed off a lot of their leaders, which would give us the capability to translate what they wrote or carve into the walls. But no, fucking Spanish imperialists literally had committed genocide. And Spain itself fucking owes all the Americas a deep level of fucking reparations, rebuilding their fucking countries and their peoples. Because their imperialism wiped out whole languages, committed actual fucking ethnocide. We lost the languages of a few America's natives peoples because of Spanish imperialism. Complete utter fucking ethnocide and genocide. Oh, white American imperialism wiped out some 27 million Native Americans. God damn, I do worry that they don't fucking teach that in American fucking education. That white American imperialism wiped out whole languages of natives and their kingdoms and their people. Killed off tens and tens of millions of buffalo and then starved tens and tens of millions of natives to death. So, as Israel is starving 2.2 million fucking people, it ain't fucking surprised. Because guess what the fuck Israel is? It's an imperial fucking European colony. So, they're only listening to their big brother, which is America. Because for 500 fucking years, white American imperialism from the UK, alongside fucking France in their imperialism, and Germany in their imperialism, all the same Catholic fucking assholes. They invaded the Canadas, just more fucking imperialism to the crown. What was the crown? To the UK. So until the crown and all the kings and queens of England are dead, till their heads roll, that white imperialism, that white KKK is still alive. Guess what all the KKK members do? They fucking pray to the white imperialism of the UK. Because those white imperialism is still there. The king and queen of UK are still there. The KKK is still there. Those white nationalists, the empire, still there. Committed massive ethnocide and genocide of Native Americans. Killed tens and tens of millions of them. They're still alive. They're on. When America was formed, as Canada is being invaded, they all pay fealty to the crown. Every single U.S. president has kissed the hand of the fucking UK queen or king. Guess what America is and was? A UK white imperial fascist empire and colony. We bow our heads to everyone else. Say it again. What does America do? Every single president kisses the hand of the Queen of England, the UK. We're still the same imperialist fucking colony of the UK. Australia and Canada bow their heads and kiss the hand of the Queen or the King of another country. Do you understand that royalty and coat of arms? Do you understand knighthood? Ask any white dude, because they love knights, what does that mean when a knight bows on his knee and kisses the hand of the queen? They know. They want to be nice when they were kids. Ask any fucking white dude. You want to be a knight when he was growing up. Ask him what that means. It means sworn fucking fealty and loyalty and loyalty. All of that motherfucking shit. Does it click now? Let me educate the public. So they're not fucking stupid. It's better they know than not know. It's better they know than not know. Every single white dude understands they want to be a knight in a fantasy. And they want the opportunity to bow to the knee, swear fealty and oath and loyalty to a queen. So they kiss the hand of the UK. Y'all understand now? Does it click now? UK, Canada, and America bows their head to the UK. And all the KKK here in the United States, guess what they swear their fealty to? Guess what they swear their fealty to? Guess where all the KKK in America, guess where they swear their fealty to? Not to this nation. They are the outsider. They swear their fealty across the ocean. Does it click now? Do you understand now? They pray and die to gods on mountains that are in Europe. The KKK. They pray and bow down to the gods in the mountains of Europe. Does it fucking click now? They're the outsider. They're not Americans. It goes back to the landmass, the mountain ranges of West Virginia, connected to Europe. Their swilty is to a temple on a mountain in Europe. All their Nordic gods is all the KKK. All their symbols. Every single one of them. They're the outsider, not American. It's better they know than not know. All the MS-13 gangs aren't swearing fealty here to the Mexican cartels in Mexico. All the massive Latino gangs you see here in the United States, they're fealty to the cartels in Mexico. They're just pawns in America. All of our intel, former law enforcement, military, all of our intel. And guess who's buying our American-made weapons? Mexican cartels. Guess who's suffering? Mexican people. But even worse, our American-made guns from commercial factories, families, all across the United States, literally a small arms weapon family, will develop weapons that are American-made weapons, and they ship and sell them overseas. Guess what our American guns do? It kills more people. It's not people kill people, it's the guns kill people, y'all. We literally have too many American families with small arms facilities. They're making weapons and they're selling them overseas. Guess what's happening? Humans are dying from U.S.-made weapons. And a lot of our families in Texas that create weapons go off to Mexico and inadvertently used by cartels, gangs, and family members and kill more people. It is so bad. The Mexican government last year was like, hey, bro, big bro America, clean up your fucking guns that are slipping into our country. Mexico was so fucking pissed. There are multiple articles over the whole fucking year. Mexican government's like, bro, y'all need to control. Basically, the Mexican government's screaming out to the American public and the world like, hey, America, can you stop allowing so many fucking guns to be flooded into our country? But 60% of Californians are fucking stupid. They're sipping wine on a fucking beach. You understand what's happening? So Mexican people suffer. As the State Department's like, hey, we're going into Code 3 red for Mexico. It means don't fucking travel there. I was like, what the fuck happened? They were like, too many cartels took over too many states. I was like, bro, what the fuck is this? They're like, hey, that shit didn't tell. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? They're like, 17 cartels took over like 7 to 8 massive states in Mexico. Mexican government's fractured. Mexican government's fractured between these massive cartels that have so much power like small militaries and the central government trying to hold steady control. The central city of Mexico is running underwater. Massive earthquakes and destruction that has occurred over the past 3 years has caused too much damage for the government to handle. They've had massive earthquakes that have leveled cities in Mexico. Just the country itself. They couldn't handle it. Not with the cartels controlling resources and guns and lanes. Mexico's fractured. Their main city has right now, like I said, because 60% of Californians and the rest of fucking America sit and sipping wine on the beach, or they're in the Midwest, probably dealing with cold shit right now. But Mexico, one of the world's most massive cities, is about to run underwater. Mexico City, about to run underwater. Because the infrastructure is too massive. But guess what? The infrastructure wasn't too massive, is that resources are being spent trying to repair everything and trying to hold resources against gang wars. There's 17 cartels that are massive. Think of like armies that are all separate, trying to kill each other. 17 armies trying to kill each other. Massive power, weapons, millions of dollars, millions of weaponry and armored aircraft and helicopters and fucking trained, he's been trained the whole fucking life to just kill people. Like berserkers. So imagine these soldiers aren't like normal soldiers. They're just kid soldiers into teenager soldiers they just become berserkers. On drugs, hopped up, cocaine, or on other type of amphetamines or adrenalines or adrenals to pump them up. And they can go into combat. And they're just drugged up. Like a berserker. Because the Mexican military and the special forces, where they would shoot a guy, they said the same scenario was happening, well, what we're fighting in Iraq and then fighting here. It's a shot of adrenaline with adrenals and other shit. So their berserkers, or Mexican Army Special Forces were going in. They said they would shoot a guy more times than were normal because he would get back up and keep fighting. And they were like, the only way that happens is he has to be juiced up on enough adrenals to where the shot that took out his leg wouldn't allow him to stand. So Mexican army, special forces going in, they took out a guy, they took out a whole bunch of them, drug cartels, and the dudes would get back up, and they were like, what the fuck? And had to then re-engage. That is like the most weird shit that they've seen. And they were trying to say the only explanation was they were like, well, those soldiers had to either been on so much cocaine or drugs, or they're hit with adrenals, like adrenaline. You'd have to have 4 vials or something in order to do that, which means the soldiers must have had a pack of, like, these berserkers. Mexican cartels had a pack of drugs on them. They pull out a syringe, they inject the adrenal glands to then make their body get up. But the Mexican special forces were like, we took these dudes down. They were on the ground. And those motherfuckers got back up. There's only 2 fucking scenarios. There's only 2 fucking scenarios. Those are berserker units, which means they already had a drug kit on them, so that when the cartel soldiers fall, they take out adrenaline, hit 4 of them, or they're on other drugs, hopped up uppers, allow a soldier to get back up after they were leveled, like shot. There's only 2 scenarios like that. There's only 2 scenarios. The 2 scenarios, like, you have to be like amped up on so much uppers that allow you to do that, or they took like 4 syringes of like adrenaline. There's no way. I have full faith in my Mexican Special Forces brethren, right? To be like fucking kick-ass at their job. To know when they put bodies, excuse my language, unalive somebody, sorry, Mexican Army Special Forces, when they unalive somebody, it's 2 to the chest, 1 in the head. At the highest level, no matter what. The highest level, no matter what. How we train is 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. How we train. I trust my Mexican Army Special Forces brethren to do the exact same thing that we all kind of train, Canada, America, right? I have faith that they're doing their job at the highest level. Like, fuck, you thought you were accurate and Valorant? Fuck out of here. Mexican Special Forces, those motherfuckers are good as shit. Those motherfuckers have been shooting guns since they were 4 years old on a farm. You thought you could shoot? Fuck out of here. They can shoot. Okay. So those reports alarm me when the special forces are leveling a dude and they get back off the ground. There's only 2 fucking scenarios. Either uppers on drugs or it's 4 surges of adrenaline. But I think it's best that the public know than not know. Like, fucking hey. Excuse my fucking language. Sorry. It's better if the public knows than not know, so they can make an informed decision. It's better to educate on what's happening and walk blindly. It's best to not walk blind into the void. It's best to know before stepping. Oh, I'm not talking to the streamer. My bad. Talking out into the void for posterity, not to the streamer. The stream is muted. The stream is muted, y'all. The stream is muted, y'all. The stream is muted. This is not talking to the streamer for posterity, for the internet, and for listeners. To the audience, to the future, to the YouTubers, to the offline crew, TV, whatever. To the what is YouTube? You consider that's why they call it online TV or whatever. Because you're watching the same stuff that you would watch. You just download it. So they created the whole nickname based on that. But yeah, for posterity and for the internet, it's just like on and on and forever and on. And then Saga said, true. Yeah, that's posterity. Oh my fucking bad. People don't know what posterity means. Fucking A. God fucking damn it. It means forever and forever, on and on. Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. I have to dumb it down. I have to build another fuck at it. And the song is saying true. That's funny as fuck. Oh, that rings true. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, you know, this started, we were, story time, deployed in the desert a long time ago. It was at night. It's like 2:34 in the morning. And the sergeant was having a conversation. We're sitting, it's cold as shit at night. It's 120 degrees during the day, 127 fucking degrees during the day, 125 during the day, and it's 90 degrees at night. And we sat there, and it's like, that's a 37 degree drop. It's a 38 degree drop. We feel it. It's like, yeah, sometimes it can be a 40 degree drop. Like, you can feel it. It's 127 degrees, and then it drops to 90 at night. It feels cold. It's very eerie. I took a picture of my cell phone. It's really fucking eerie. It's really eerie. That's the best way I can describe it. But the first thing that people should understand and kind of accumulate and understand that the human body can adapt to almost any goddamn environment, which is pretty cool. And so when it's 127 degrees during the sun, you have to drink water for 30 minutes or you die. I explain that real simple as I can, military like. Same fucking day. You had 14 minutes. That was it. You got the fucking aircraft. You sat down in front of a projector. 14 minutes is all we're going to give you. It's all the intel you need to understand where you're at, what's happening, what's going on, environment, tech, weather, dorms, food, rules, laws. Don't fuck them up, don't break them. You send you into federal prison. Put you on a plane, back in a helicopter, off back to the States. You got 14 minutes. You sat there, wrote everything down, took pictures, took notes, listened. 127 degree weather. You not drink water for 30 minutes, you're going to die. It's like a shield. You'll dehydrate. You'll cause so much irreparable damage to your synapse in your brain, in your eyes. You're fucking dead. Blind. Dead. Comatose. If an hour goes by, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it. So what they did was, we kind of looked around and we're like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, you need to drink water for 30 minutes. They were like, if you do not drink water in a few hours, you're going to die. That's it. They're like, okay. And you can feel it. Some people try to test it too. You can't. You could try to fight against it. It hits you like a motherfucker. The longest I went was like less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours. It fucks you up real bad. The dick measuring contest where cops, Air Force deployed. Come on, y'all don't understand. You test us, we're gonna do it. Like you can't. So you sip on water every 30 minutes, and eventually someone was like, fuck it, why don't you sip water? And then just your body just like starts kind of trying to save itself. But that's at about the 2 hour mark. The first hour you're kind of okay. Everyone else is hurting. Most people tap out about 40 minutes. Most people tap out about 40 minutes to an hour. They're like, they get their water and they're like literally opening water bottles and like doing this. And I'm just like standing there in the sun. It was so funny too. I just took off my hat, had my battle dress on. Your M4A1 and M4A3 laying down. You get 2 rifles. I get my classic M9. My M9 has what's it called, like hollow point or whatever, because we're Air Force cops. We're given that policy, so we get these military grade. We get these like really expensive military grade federal hollow points. Basically, like the same weapon that the FBI uses, we get. So we get the same weapons as the FBI on our hips. The reason we have the M9 with hollow point is so that I could like headshot somebody, about 190 meters out, and they're gone. Say it again. You take my M9, 9mm hollow point federal, FBI level, all our Air Force cops, hollow points. We can just 150 meters, 100 meters, easy. 70 meters, we can hit fire you. We can. All of our cops are trained in the Air Force. Hit fire, hit targets up to 65 meters, 75 meters out. So the game was, all right, 50 meters. We hit 50 meters, hipping people. We put the weapon on our hip and we fire and hit them at 50 meters. We're like, okay. The next step was like, okay, can you do it 75 meters? And we would put the weapon on our hip and just hit fire. And then we can two-hand. Oh, we do one hand in all these positions too. We take the M9. We train remedial training 8 hours on a Wednesday. We're firing indoor range. Slow sneak doesn't matter. Slow storm doesn't give a shit. We're in an indoor, massive cement controlled on a military base, Air Force style, 8 hours on a Wednesday, and we practice one hand. We practice on our knees, disabled, gun, hitting targets, one-handed, reload. And your partner would reload you, and you just like, we just practice. One hand, pistol, firing, over targets, indoor range, it'd be fucking snowing, Wednesday, 8 hours, reload. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all don't even. 9 mil. M4, 300 meters, taper targets, 300 meters out. It's more of a, people like to have the PVS-4s and PVS-8s on the side, but depending on how you want to have your TAC terminal attached to it, you want your lasers or your silencer to sit, or your adjuster, or your muzzle, or your ACOG to sit off, or your 4X or your 8X to sit off. It feels better when you shoot the M24 because it's a single shot. It's good shit. It's good shit. It's good shit. M24 is good shit. You only need one shot. It's good shit. But my M4A1, the M4A3s are fully automatic, so you have those in case you need the full automatic. You always carry two. You have a grenade launcher kit. M203s, you'll have another kit, a fully automatic rifle in its own case, and you have your kit for your gun with either your name scratched on with stickers. It's very obvious when it's your weapon. It's personal. When it's the military unit, it's just plain ass black, and it has like this duct tape sticker, and it's like the unit, the code, like everything's just systematically fucking boring. And then when it's your rifle case, it's just like Pokemon stickers and anime stickers and just like the most crazy derogatory shit and like naked chicks on it, because they're like, this is your gun case, you're going to war, you're probably gonna die, so don't give a shit. You can scribble on it, gang signs, doesn't matter. But most people have like stickers. So all my video game guys, guess what they had? Mass Effect fucking stickers. All my Air Force cops had like Mass Effect stickers on their fucking rifle cases. Super distinct, or their fucking name, like the most obnoxious like bullshit thing you can think of. Like bright ass yellow saying their name spray painted on the side. You know, like their had their family pictures on the rifle cases, which I just thought that was like whatever. But you know, your gun is very unique. Even on my weapon, even before me, whoever gets in the future, sorry, U.S. federal government, I etched my initials on it. But yeah. I was just like, nah, I did 6 years service. I was like, that rifle has to. Some other cop, they'll hear it, see it, and they've already changed the number. Each rifle gets their own code. So my rifle is now put away. People are like, what? If I go back to the Air Force, our armory, check this out, our armory is so big, my rifle is still sitting in Kansas. Like, one, with my etched name on it, but it's attached to my code, it's attached to my Social Security number. People are like, what? Mind blown. In case that there's a war or a draft, we have already, here's your gun. Welcome to America. Your Social Security number, what do you think that was for? You have a civic lesson. I think it's for some altruistic fucking reason. It was just, you have a draft and there's war, you know how many people there are, how many guns to make, how many guns to go. It's better to know than not know. Here's your gun. Welcome to America. And people were like, military purposes of the idea, let's expand upon it. Welcome to class. Let me try to build that the fuck out of it. People understand. It's better to know than not know. Inform the public to make the decision. The sad part is I can only tell you so much. The U.S. military is 80 years more advanced than anyone else on the planet. And the only thing they kept doing was building more advanced, disgustingly absurd weapons. We created a weapon designed to fire a shot. You can target at a base, have your whole army of men fall to their knees. It's a sound weapon. Incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful. Disgustingly powerful. called the LRAD. It's a long-range acoustic device. However, it has a range of about 9K meters for intelligible speech and maximum output of 162 decibels at 1 meter. It can cause pain at 130 decibels at 20 meters. The acoustic weapon is focused for emitting loud, painful, dangerous levels of noise. It's called an LRAD, long-range acoustic device. Army and Marines have it. So you're already 40 to 80 years behind what you're seeing now. Because we've taken the device and created from the simple sound of listening to music to the absurdity to level, put everyone to their knees of another military base. Doesn't fire a shot. No one dies. They just come crumbling to the ground in agony. It's better the public know than not know what an LRAD is. We've taken lasers. We can melt missiles at 27 miles. You are now 40 to 80 years behind everybody else in knowledge. Which means, to extrapolate, we can already laser the fuck out of shit. It's better you know than not know. So we don't have a fucking arms race. We put fucking lasers on battleships. 2024 has to be the last year. Unite 90% of the public. Protest for peace. To flood peace. Say peace. Credence to the hippies of the 70s and 60s. Again, because they knew in their sacrifice. They started a movement. They knew they wouldn't see it end in their time. But that humanity can bring peace to the world. Humans can bring peace to the world. So, as I educate the public, Google LRAD. Actually, I'm showing it right now on the screen. Long-range acoustic device, LRAD. It's a weapon. U.S. Army and Marines have. Took the idea of sound, listening to music. Took it from its, like a sparkler. That was simple. And now we have interceptor missiles that go Mach 20 to the absurd. We took in sound, birds chirping, took sound, took it to the absurd, turned it into a weapon. Does it click now? Do I need to build the fuck out of it anymore? It's better to know than not know. So you're already 40 to 80 years behind what you're seeing now. Which means we have the weapon capability to bring a whole base of an enemy nation to their knees with a sound weapon, crumbling to the ground. Or we can use a sound weapon to target your fighters and their aircraft, and they'll become inoperable. All your tank drivers and their tanks become inoperable. As they spasm, because the military to military targets, the effect is more gruesome. Because humans are stupid, they don't understand. When it's military to military target, even though it's literally just a person with a uniform and a badge on, it's human to human. Because all of a sudden now it's military, they get the worst of the punishment, they get the worst of the outcome. Oh, if it's civilians, they try to lesser the impact. But the sound weapon would make, and what can already do, cause pain. That pain will cause you to spasm out of control. It's better the public know than not know. The long-range acoustic device, LRAD, sound energy weapon, developed by U.S. military in the early 2000s. You are already 40 to 80 years behind. It's now 2024. It is specialized, produce highly directional beam of sound energy, 160 decibels. LRADs are also known as sound cannons, acoustic hailing devices, AHDs, or sonic bullets. Why did it call it a sonic bullet or a sonic grenade or sonic cannon? Because as it fires the wave of sound, everybody in its path will spasm out of control and die. Sonic cannon. It's a sound wave. And it just travels like imagine the walls. And everything in that sound wave dies. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand what a sonic cannon is? It's a massive, invisible block of condensed sound that's being shot, like chambering sound, but it's so condensed that when it travels, the sound wave itself, anything gets caught in it, will reverberate and die and shake. You know what a sonic bullet is? A sonic grenade, a sonic mine, concussive force of seismic energy that's so condensed as it's wrapping upon itself. Those seismic waves collapse and ripple. And the rippling as they travel will kill any organic matter. It's like the power of the wind folding upon itself. The problem is, this is the weapon. It's the precursor to the shield. Because the LRAD can be used as a weapon, theoretically, I already devised this probably back in 2017, about 7 years back. You could take the same tech and use it to create shields. If the weapon itself is affecting sound, right, with enough force to be used as a weapon, then the device can use enough sound to create a shield to stop the same weapon. The same theory that I devised 7 years ago, back in 2017. If the device itself can be used as a weapon, then inadvertently in itself it can be used as the shield. If you can turn sound to projectile weapon, then you can wrap sound and have it fold upon itself in a rippling effect to create a shield. So sound can be used as a weapon, sound can be used as a shield. And that the shield that people think of in terms of fantasy and sci-fi is the controlling of sound. But guess what? You can interlace and fold energy fields the same way too. So, LRADs are bad, right? The very device that can be used as a weapon, you just use the tech, turn it into a shield. And then the only difference is they're like, well, how do you then extrapolate to make it stronger and all that? Well, I understand how to do that, but I probably shouldn't say it to the fucking public. Right? Make more fucking sense. Holy shit. Extremely dangerous. Well, I guess it's better for people to understand the shield aspect. Okay? That's the best analogy. It's not the amperage. It's the voltage. Your resistance kills you, not the amount of energy that is flowing. Our human bodies can adapt to any environment. People are like, what? It's the bolt coming back, a lightning bolt coming through your body into the ground. It's actually bouncing back up and trying to connect to the sky. And because you separate the connection, because you step or move, you die. So, oh, my bad, my humble fucking opinion. My fucking apologies. My fucking humble opinion. If you stand still and a lightning strike goes through you, you have to stand still. That's the problem. Because if you move, you sever the connection and change the resistance. And the resistance that kills you as the bolt then flies out through your body as a conduit, ripping out either through, another part of your body. Very quick. But it still travels. Like people talk about, you'll see the light. It'll hit, and you see the light kind of flying back up. Or you're sitting there and you see the light. You either look up and you see the light or the lightning hitting you. It's like two scenarios. Either you get hit, you kind of like look down, and the reverberating backdrop, it bouncing back upon itself, which is off the magnetic core there. You're seeing that lightning bolt. You see the light. There you go. So, oh my bad. For all you electronic geek dudes, Yeah, it's the resistance that kills you. It's not the voltage. It could be 40,000, 8,000 volt, doesn't fucking matter. It's the amount of resistance, amperage on it. That's why you'll hear kind of weird folk tales and tall tales. Someone's like, this generator, ripped, and it's just like 10,000 volts through them. Yeah, it's not going to. Well, at least not 40,000 or 80,000. But it won't kill you. It'll flow right through you. As long as the connection doesn't sever, as long as the resistances don't change. It'll bound out back into the earth, or it'll bound out to another device. It'll arc. It'll bound. My bad. Arc or bound to another device. That's because you get hit with lightning, and either you move, get hit with lightning and you move, or you sever the connection. You get hit with lightning, you have to stand still and let it travel, and you'll probably then like kind of fall around. Like, did I just get hit? Yeah, my bad. In my humble fucking opinion, but what else? So yeah. So on those shields, you can increase and decrease the intensity of the folding upon itself. Sound engineers understand that. How to hide sound, how to interlace it, how to superimpose their sound waves. So yeah. The same mechanism. You would use that same device and frequency in terms of curvature in order to build a shell. That's a whole other conversation. But at first, everyone can do the domes. And then once they do their dome shields, they're good. And then when it comes to like personalized shield and like moving shields, that's something else for later on. And people are going to say energy source, just fusion generation tech. But it goes back to about 60%, 60% or 70%, or anywhere between 65, 67%. But just round up, 70% of the public is dumb, and 30% are educated. And so it's better that they know than not know. And so we've already had our unlimited energy breakthrough years ago. We created fusion energy here in California. Brilliant engineers from all over the world and Americans here in California. We had a device for it. Unlimited energy. Now we have to shrink the tech or miniaturize the tech. My bad. I gotta build the fuck out of it so people understand. We have to miniaturize the tech, and we do it every single time. Let's go back to 1905, 1911. We took the turbine. It was massive. Made it smaller, and then we made it smaller, and then all of a sudden you have like toy planes with little mini turbines flying. Just miniaturize the type. And then you have motorized turbines. They're massive. The P-40s, P-47s and stuff like that. The Mustang fighting aircraft. Took those engines from fighting aircraft. And guess what humans did? Americans, they're like, we want that engine. They started taking those engines and started racing with them in cars. Fighter jet engines. These are crazy. To move pistons. The turbine engine. And then we added more turbines, more coils, more heat, more splinters, more everything. Sharper, faster, spin faster. Old tech. Just kept spinning. People were still dying. Average age was 44 years old because everyone was just breathing in like unfiltered petroleum. Jesus Christ. All across America. Gas guzzling cars that go like 7-8 miles to the gallon. Unfiltered petroleum. People were dying at like 37, 48 years old, 44 years old. You lived to 48, hey, wish your uncle a long life. And people were average, just dying. But your figureheads will pray for you and let the masses die in waves. So they didn't give a shit. Anyone in power didn't give a shit. The Americans were living to 48 years old. They were living 44 years old, 48 years old, dying. Gas guzzling cars, 5 miles a gallon, 7 miles a gallon. Unfiltered petroleum. Just wiping out Americans. And then they refined it, made it less volatile, still produced the same energy. Cars got less safe because they're not giant. Universal truth. Every single American boy or girl growing up, they know a uncle, aunt, grandmother, somebody that has like a tank of a boat of a car. You always got like an auntie or a cousin or an uncle or an old head. You know, they got like a tank of a car. People call them boats. They're like a tank of a car. Like, bro, this car got hit and like rolled and got hit again. Whole family's safe. Like the massive steel doors, heavy lumbering, kind of slow. You know, Lincoln Town cars or whatever, or like old Buicks and all that. They're built like tanks, so that because vehicles are even just grandmothers back then were thinking, hey, if you're gonna baby doll loved one, if you're gonna drive a car, it better be a fucking tank instead of a fast, small, light car. Guarantee you, fucking grandmothers across America, they understood a husband, wife, partner, they go off to work, you're gonna drive that tank, metal boat car, that slow moving boat metal, because they knew they're gonna get home safe that night. They're built more sturdy. They weren't built for efficiency. They were built to keep people alive in a car accident. And then you saw the rise of fuel efficiency. Make everything lighter inherently makes the cars less safe. Even when I was growing up as a teenager, whole vehicles were like smashed. And even when I was like 14 looking at the news, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Because I kept equating all of my life and journey with my aunts and uncles, kind of like these steel big cars, like Cadillacs, Buicks, like just bigger steel vehicles, right? Bad at gas, but just you're always safe in them. They're much more sturdy, slower, and they're powerful. Can't really dent them. They're like massive steel doors and all that. I steal everything. They're not like aluminum light. They're not offshore alloy light. They're not plastics. Literally plastic is on your car, y'all. Like plastic ain't gonna protect you. That plastic bumper ain't gonna protect you. It's better they know than not know. Just stop and think. The plastic bumper in the back and the front is not gonna protect you, y'all. It's flimsy. It's cosmetic. It's not gonna protect you. It's for looks. Check this out. If you removed all the plastic and you saw your car, because plastic on plastic going 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. Come on, y'all. You understand physics. So if you remove all the plastic from your car and just look at your car, you'd realize, holy shit, look how unprotected this car is. you'd be like, dude, what is protecting me? Which is fucked up. But it's better that you know than not know, you know? Fucking A. Even when I was a teenager, I saw cars flipped over and they're just crunched. I was like, God damn. Those motherfuckers are gone. They did. But I also kept thinking sorrowfully, like, how did this happen? It made any sense. Like, isn't this a metal car? And then I immediately started equating all my life experience, sitting in a vehicle, dissecting everything about it, and was just like, ergonomically speaking, this vehicle is built like a fucking tank. And all the reports say it is a tank. And I was just like, what the fuck's going on? Mm-hmm. You see the discrepancy. Save money, cut corners on safety, reduce the metal output, add more plastic. Decades. So they replaced it with remove all the metal, put more alloys, go lighter, go cheaper, save money, cut corners, put more plastics. Decades. Most people can think and look at the car and they can kind of already know which parts of the car are plastic and which aren't. If your car feels super light, you can probably already guess. Does that make it easier? People understand? Like the feel of their car. If your car kind of just already feels light, guess what? It has a lot of plastics. Oh, and guess what's even more fucked up? It's gonna really piss you off. Very plastics that are in and around your life. Bad. And I'll try to build the fuck out of it in like a very short way, really, not too long. We're deployed in the desert. Why was there an expiration date on the water bottles? I was sitting there and there's pallets and pallets of fucking water. You know what a pallet is? I hope people know what a pallet is. Imagine just like enough pallets of water to feed a small city. Thousands upon thousands of people. Thousands of people. I shouldn't say the number, but just, there's thousands of people, right? Imagine pallets of water that people have to drink every 30 minutes. And I was sitting here and I just, inquisitively, just, why? I was like, asked my leadership, why does this water bottle have an expiration date? I was like, this is water, bro. I was like, what the fuck, right? Am I missing something? And guess what? I was missing something. The hubris in the story is, guess what? Plastics degrade. We found forever chemicals called PFAS. PFAS is really disgusting. PFAS is a fucking man-made chemical here in the United States, in the Midwest. Built to protect firefighters. Fucking A. And the tech went from, okay, we can stop all fire, we can stop all thermoelectric radiation first. And then we're like, okay, if it can stop that, then it can stop fire. And guess what? Of course it fucking stops fire. But it's the field of energy that it generates that repulses its negative ions around itself that allows it to fucking do that. People don't understand that. When I think of it as a thermoelectric radiated gauge, the shell around radiation itself is another field of energy. And it's only bouncing off and bouncing back based on negative ions and positive ions. The reason we fucking know that is because we know what cold plasma is. We can create cold plasma. We can create cold plasma to get so hot it'll cut like a cell in half. Very small and very hot, very precise. Controlled fire, cold plasma. It's nice because the cold plasma is essentially a fucking lightsaber. Sorry. Oh my bad. It's better they know than not know. My apologies. With a cold plasma, we can control its length, its strength, its intensity, its volume. You could theoretically take cold plasma and just make a lightsaber. And it's better that people know, not know. Yeah. And so we found that with cold plasma, there's a whole bunch of accumulation of positive ions collapsing upon themselves. Well, they're ricocheting off themselves and then collapsing upon themselves. So there's another field of energy. And since there's a field of positive ions that are collapsing upon themselves, if we can see cold plasma, that means there's a field of negative ions. If we can control negative ions, we can do a lot of cool shit. Give us some time. But the point I'm getting at is humans are stupid. So it's better they know than not know. Oh, and if you didn't know, now you know. For posterity and all that. My humble fucking opinion. My apologies. Yeah. The saddest part is it has to be 2024. Actually, last year humans put the artillery shell as a symbol, as an antique, into the Human Museum. This is the last year that wars were fought. It would collectively take 99% of persons and people. Like our forefathers, or the foremothers and forebears, and forefathers before us. Basically, the old hippie heads that created the peace symbol and peace. They did it. It has to be now. It has to be 2024. Because the intel's already leaked that China plans to invade Taiwan in 2027. U.S. is preparing their officers for war in 2026. And now, for the past year, we've been shoring up all of our alliances in NATO, and Poland, Romania, and Finland are all moving their troops to the border. So when Ukraine moved all their troops to the border, I mean, first it was a buildup of Russia. It's about 3.5 years back. It's been that long, y'all. I mean, my bad. It's actually happened in 2014, with all due respect to all the Ukrainians, to the first 21,000 Ukrainians that have died. Back in 2014, Russia was invading Dnipro, the Donetsk. People forgot about the Donetsk region. But that's when the war first kicked off, back in 2014. And they've been fighting a slow war that eventually Russia realized they're moving too slow, and they decided to invade. And they thought, in Russia, the Russians, the Empire, and Putin thought it was the perfect time to invade Ukraine because, one, it's like a pandemic, weakened government, they have an actor as president, and so Russia's just calculating, they thought, hey, this looks like a weakened state, right? Pandemic, you have an actor as president, they just got out of a civil war. He was thinking, they're tired, done, and expent. He calculated wrong. They were in peace. The civil war had ended, Ukraine was a democracy, the republic was whole, all those asshats were in federal prison, or they fled the country. It was better. Black people were coming to Ukraine, Indians were coming to Ukraine, Chinese were coming to Ukraine, Japanese were coming to Ukraine, people were becoming students, people were getting married, having kids. democracy was flourishing. Then Putin was like, you couldn't have that. He couldn't have a Slavic nation that used to be the crown jewel of entertainment and opera and arts and science in Kiev to be a democracy, to show the intermingling of races. Because Putin is racist. He's a white nationalist, fascist piece of shit. He's the epitome of Hitler. He's German Moscowian Moscowitz. White nationalist. Hates people of color. Doesn't want the intermingling of Slavic women with other races. Once he saw democracy, once he learned and found out that races were mixing and having kids and building an awesome republic, democracy in Ukraine, he was like, he couldn't have it. His racism was so hardcore, he would plunge both countries into war. That's what triggered it. Putin didn't want like a black boy speaking his language in like the heart of his Slavic country of Kiev, like in an opera house, like winning, just spreading democracy and love. He didn't want that. The moment he had found out those races were mixing, because it started in 2014, even after the Civil War, it just pushed over and it kept going. And then once Putin found out that basically, hey, that from 2014 right to 2020, the 6-year span, all of a sudden there's now intermingling races, he couldn't have it. His white nationalist point of view. They have the white Z, the Russian Z Empire, white nationalist, fascist empire, and in the guise of Hitler. Same exact thing. Putin wants green eyes, blonde hair. He just wants that. That's all. He's a white nationalist. That's Putin. He'll kill everyone else to achieve his goal. It's that. Just like Hitler. He wants to create an all-white brotherhood. But the moment he found out Kiev used to be the crown jewel of all Slavic nations, entertainment, opera, singing, science, academics, intermingling of races triggered him. And then he sent in his army to try to take over the crown jewel, Kiev. It's the city, it's the art, the culture, everything behind it. You didn't want the intermingling of the races. But Ukraine is like, they're over 700,000 strong. 700,000 strong. Women and men with guns, protecting their homeland. They speak a different language. Ukrainians speak a different language. Russians speak Russian. Ukrainians speak Ukrainian. But they're brothers and sisters. They're both Slavic peoples. But do understand that in the Russian Z Empire, we had 120,000 troops to the borders of Ukraine. I mean, we knew the war was kicking off. And then of course, then the war proceeded. War of aggression from Russia. But you move 120,000 troops to like the border of another country, and it's just decked out. I looked at it, I saw that, and I was like, they're invading like 14, 17 days tops. They're invading less than 21 days. They're invading in less than 20 days because you don't move all those resources, all that kind of supplies that close to the front lines unless you're not gonna invade. So of course they're gonna invade. So they invaded. And then Ukraine pulled back their forces. They tried to set defenses and they pulled back the forces because you're just getting spearheaded. Spearheaded is, you have just a ramping of, the first wave of tanks and armored personnel just rolling through. So they had to fall back. They did it swiftly and actually systematically and perfectly because all the cities were prepared. For months ahead of time, all the major cities started building the defenses and resistance units. Started communicating, putting the codes. And then once the spearhead attack happened, there were resistance units kind of everywhere. Russians were trying to control everything. They lost control and they started killing civilians because among the civilians were resistance. So a lot of the dead bodies of civilians of Ukrainians were most likely more often resistance units. They were trying to get messages across. They're trying to help each other. The very civilian population that's now under oppression from Russian green men that are rolling through, the Ukrainian civilians that then died. Once Russia left, we saw tons of civilian executions, fucked up burials. Because Russia didn't want to rule. They were just trying to kill and stop and destroy the heart of Kiev. Even once the first spearhead happened in the first year, they had fallen back all the resources and consolidated across Ukraine. And the capital was under siege. And Zelensky created the line. By him staying, they committed all their resources. He knew. People don't understand. Zelensky, if he had left the capital, they would have not committed all those resources. The civilian resistance couldn't hold up. Because the president Zelensky stayed in Kyiv. Even when Russia was right on his doorstep, the fighting was street to street. You'll forget. There was a few weeks that were happening in the first year of the war. Where everyone went radio silent for a few weeks. It was really sad. There was like 3 days sputter of information, 5 days sputter of information. We didn't know whether or not he was dead or the capital was destroyed first year. My bad. California was sipping wine, sitting on the fucking beach. Zelensky was on the forefront of democracy the first year. Russia made it all the way to Kyiv. There was fighting from building to building. The civilians were dying, throwing makeshift Molotov cocktails at Russians, dying, civilians. Fire engulfed, black as night, soot. You could not see. There was no day, there was no night. There was no day, there was no night. There was so much soot in the air. It was just constant darkness. So much destruction and burning. It was constant darkness for days and weeks. It looked hellish. It looked like a nightmare. You'd wake up, the sky would still be red, bombs still be going off, everything's on fire. You can't see the sun. Just soot, black and gray. For days. Like hell on earth. News reporter took a picture, it was like, yes, the morning. Took a picture in the evening, still looks like it's at night. Took a picture at night, can't tell if it's in the morning or night. So many bombs and shit burning. First year of the war. Zelensky stayed in the capital. They committed all the resources to protect the capital. Became the line. If he had left, they would have fell back all their resources to protect the president and his family. Zelensky, if he had decided to flee to the UK or America, I guarantee Ukraine would have collapsed. He stayed. And the people fought harder. And they fought to protect their people. And Zelensky, if he had gotten a helicopter, and a US helicopter, flown to America, the UK, Ukraine would have collapsed. Because guess what would have happened? 99% of the public would have been like, hey, bro, if our number one leader is fleeing, then we're fleeing. Do you see? But he stayed in the capital. His family was under bombardment. He was fighting street to street. He said a line. He said, I don't need a ride. I need bullets. He became a hero for democracy, for his people, for Ukraine. He stood tall, with resolve, not with a weak spine, in the face of danger. He said, this is my land, these are my people, and I will die where I stand, is what he was saying. Lay me to rest where I was born, and I'll always be a free man. And for all the free people, and the free folk, and democracy. We bolstered some 7,000 plus American Ukrainian legionnaires. American military volunteer members, 7,000 of them. An incredible fighting force. It's kicking the shit out of Russia's empire. See, at first, Russia's empire, one, they're stupid. They didn't quite understand the vigor and strength of 7,000 volunteer American military members, women and men alike, special forces, Canadian, American, Mexican, volunteering their time to stop Russia. We're like fucking space marines on the fucking field of battle. Because the 700,000 Ukrainians that are fighting are just average people that picked up a gun. They're not professional. And guess what? The average brainwashed Russian young man is dying. Doesn't know anything about war. Just some kid with a gun in his hand. Off to die. Because of Vladimir Putin. 500K, 500,000 Russians are dead. Gone. 500K, gone. Dead. 3 years. They all should be alive right now. They're brainwashed. The intel we gathered from POWs that captured Russian sea soldiers consistently state they thought they were fighting Nazis. Ukraine had black Americans, Chinese, Indian, other Africans living and having kids and families and children, becoming educators, schools, mechanics, professors, bakers in Ukraine. We're a democracy. They are democracy. They will join NATO in the future. On the battlefield of democracy. The Russian POWs. They're young too. Teenagers. 18, 19, in their early 20s. They're kids. They're brainwashed. They're told they're fighting Nazis. And then guess what they see? There's 7,000 American volunteer military members. All of our other NATO brethren and children have committed voluntary military forces. I'm sorry, Putin. Was that checkmate? My bad, bro. Sorry, you're too stupid too, dog. He didn't calculate how many volunteer military members from other countries would come to the aid of Ukraine. He didn't calculate it. He's a fucking idiot. There's I'm telling you right now, there's only 7,000 plus American volunteer military members in Ukraine. American Ukrainian legionnaires. Guess how many other volunteer military members came from a whole bunch of other fucking country to the aid of Ukraine? Just know that our Canadian, American, and Mexican military members that are volunteer are like fucking space marines. Fucking battlefield. But they won't toot their own horn, so I'll fucking toot it for you. They're too humble, doing the job, heads down, in the trenches, front line, back line, midline, supplies, medics, snipers, American Special Forces, Canadian Special Forces, Mexican Special Forces, volunteering their time, women and men, unsung heroes, a silent fucking service, protecting democracy. Ain't even gonna toot their fucking horn, so I'll toot their fucking horn. Doing a damn good fucking job. Imagine Army Rangers volunteering their time. Imagine American Special Forces volunteering their time. Retirees, Special Forces volunteering their motherfucking time. You really want to go up against a 22-year American sniper vet? You ain't fucking serious? Ain't no fucking way I'm on the battlefield against that motherfucker. Ain't no fucking way I'm going up against a 24-year-old sniper vet from Carolina that decided to volunteer his fucking time. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. If I see a 25-year-old spec ops SEER operator volunteer his fucking time, Russian, pray to God you better fucking pray to someone that believes, because that motherfucker will find you. Our STS, Special Tier 1 operators, our CCT members, our Force Marauders, our Force Recon, if any of those vets at 20 years, they volunteer their time, which they have, pray to God it's something you believe in, because they will find you. You ain't stand a fucking chance. Oh, what, you 4 or 5 years in the Russian military? You ain't no shit. Because a 20-year spec op vet. Fuck out of here with that shit. I don't even want to be in the battlefield against that motherfucker. Fuck that. They're too humble. They're not going to toot their own horn. So I'll toot it for them. 2-2. But they're kicking ass. And you don't want to fight that. Here, I'll give you a little preview. What do you think is the accumulation of 40,000 people? That sounds like a lot, right? Imagine that's only of a quarter of the potential fighting force of all NATO special forces. Y'all motherfuckers don't know shit. 25% of our fighting forces are special forces. 40,000 strong NATO special forces. It's a big ass fucking spear, right? Yeah, y'all motherfuckers don't know shit. So 10,000 special forces, the cream of the crop, can get anything fucking done. And then we have another 20,000 in reserves. spec ops, trained, clinical, surgical. Oh shit, you need 40,000 special forces? All of NATO. Clinical, surgical. Get anything done. They look like fucking space marines on the fucking battlefield. To all you white guys that are 40k jackoffs. Oh, you think you're in the backyards of Carolina shooting a gun? You ain't fucking shit. They know they ain't shit. They don't have the time on task. Goes back to the LCS and LCK. I was so fucking pissed off in esports. I'll give you a real world life example. Air Force, largest corporation in the world. Most valuable corporation in the world. USA Air Force. Force organization structure. The perfect schedule for a unit. It's 3 days on, 4 days off. We perfected it. A woman in her 20s from Oklahoma, sergeant, brilliant, 2 kids. Changed the whole Air Force and our structure, saved us billions. It's 3 days on, 4 days off. It's 3 8-hour shifts. At first, brilliant woman, won't say her last name first, in had privacy, her family. I was about 20 years old. She was like 26 at the time. Air Force came to a point where we tell everybody, you are an air person first, your job is second, and your duties and requirements are third. What we meant by that is that we will always put our best person forward. At first, navigating to the Air Force, imagine, you're young, you're kind of like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, when they still listen to officers, they miss shit all the time. And they're not really that smart. They're just kind of pigeonholed through fucking college because they have a legacy fucking student ass hat that becomes an officer. With missing fucking life skills. So when these shit fucking officers, you realize it's just some fucking kid that silver spooned up his fucking ass. Or their tongue, or her tongue. And I have 0 fucking life skills and trying to lead a fucking people. Like 22, 20-year-old fucking officers. There's some dipshit fucking went to a private men's school, does not interact with women, and now you're in charge of like 800 people. And I was like, bro, fucking what? And I was like, oh my god. God. Legacy fucking Air Force brass to the fucking Air Force. The same legacy bullshit you deal with in corporate world, the Air Force deals with it fucking too. There's your corporate universal bullshit that everyone fucking deals with. Holy shit. Kids grown up too fucking shelter, understand life, and they're in charge of like 10,000 people. Fuck. And then you see why they're stressed the fuck out. It's not that fucking complex. Sociology, humanology. It's not that fucking complex. Holy shit. I gotta smoke. Too fucking tired. Oh, that I'll build out the fuck out of it later. Much out. Oh wait. Yeah, that's it. No wait. Do I want to sleep for 24 hours? Let's save humanity one video at a time, or go the fuck to sleep. Damn, that's a tough question to answer. I don't know. Do I go to sleep? Let's save humanity one video at a time. Before I built the lightsaber, I built the shield, but I had to make sure. Because you don't want to develop the weapon without the defense. You don't want to develop the weapon without the defense. You don't want to develop the weapon without the defense. You do not want to develop the weapon without the defense. Is it clear? Does it make sense? So if you don't know what an LRAD is, oh my god, it's better the public knows so they're not stupid and they understand what's happening before a lot of people die. LRADs are used in more than 100 countries and 500 U.S. cities.
Police departments acquired the LRADs under a federal program known as the 1033, which gives law enforcement and other municipality agencies access to surplus military supply. Some examples of the long-range acoustic device. Brutal. LRADs being used for the first time in Pittsburgh at the G20 summit. Damn, bro. Why do you think the news was breaking, 14 years ago? Had 2.6 million views on YouTube, because when the G20 summit was happening, guess what it is? A collection of world leaders. In order for them to be there or to send their representatives, they just want to make sure who's safe and who isn't. And all of a sudden, you see like special militarized units that are like elite showing up with like strange tech from like 14 years ago. You're already 20 to 40 to 80 years behind. The U.S. military is 40 to 80 years ahead. You're most likely 80 years behind. And 70% of the human population is stupid. So we don't have to fire a bullet. We've weaponized the very thing of listening to a bird chirp sound into the absurdity of a weapon. It's better they know than not know. It is better they know than to not know. So make an informed decision. Next thing you're probably wondering is, how do you regulate this? It's a little fucked up that we gave this weapon to like a whole bunch of police departments. Right? And they're like, is it safer than firing a bullet? No, it's about order of magnitude 10,000 times stronger. You can level a whole apartment and they'll fall to their knees. 2,000-meter radius. They'll come crumbling to the ground, convulsing. Now I'm going to ask you again, which is worse? A weapon system that can level a 2K meter, 2-click radius, or the bullet? Now do you understand? I'm too tired. I'll drink some water. I still attached the Magic the Gathering. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, my bad.